Hello, cats and kittens. Mama Cat Gamer here with another adventure with Gavtia through Eorzea and the Final Fantasy XIV entire MSQ and all the PvE quests. We are currently in the Heavensward expansion. Actually, we're at post-Heavensward expansion. We're in the patch series that is taking us to Stormblood. And we will also be tackling, do a little fishing to show you how to do that. Because one of the quests in the Mogpendium this week, at least for me, is fishing. Catching a glimmer scale. Weekly objective I couldn't do last week because I was like level 80 raid. Sunken Temple of Karn is available for a weekly objective, which is great. Sunken Temple of Karn is also on our dungeon standard objective list, so we'll get extra for that. Ultimog. This is Heaven on High dungeon that is only available in Stormblood and fairly far into Stormblood, so we will not be getting to that on Gavtia, unfortunately. I have never done Heaven on High. I've done Palace of the Dead. It's another deep dungeon. I did it a couple times with FC Mate. I didn't find it particularly exciting, but you might enjoy it. So give it a try. I mean, it's worth 50 Mog tomes. That's pretty good. You only get it one time though. So we'll try and catch some glimmer scales. And so we might do some fishing quests today too, actually, to kind of get our fishing up. But we are going to do a little Ladies' Day first. Let's see, eat some eggs for XP. Moogle, that's where we exchange our irregular tomestones, our Mog tomes. I think I got the glamour plate for this last time. Oh yeah, here we go. He's got the newest outfit on. So I made a glamour plate with it. It's kind of cute. Alright. Kind of like that one, to be honest. Alright, you start this with the Royal Seneschal. Let's see what the Royal Handmaiden has to say. Oh, she has items for sale. Peach and cherry confetti. These just, you toss up in the air. So. Royal Servant, what's he got? They might have more stuff after we complete the quest. Good morrow to you, adventurer. Have you any questions regarding the history of Little Ladies' Day? I am at your service. What is Little Ladies' Day? Once a year, when the peach blossoms come to bloom, Eorzea celebrates all the lovely and spirited young maidens who bring such joy to our realm. The origins of the holiday can be traced back to events that happened some 3 centuries past when the Thorn dynasty still reigned in Ul'dah. The plucky princess Edvia, tired of being sequestered within palace walls by her overprotective father, the Sultan Baldric Thorn, exchanged garb with a miller girl and wandered off into town in search of adventure. Upon learning of his daughter's disappearance, the Sultan was stricken with panic. He summoned the palace guard down to the last man and ordered them to tear the city apart to see that no harm befell his precious princess. And tear the city apart they did. The poor miller, whose daughter assisted the princess in her escape, saw his house nigh ripped from the ground, while the family was threatened with imprisonment and worse. To the good fortune of all, Princess Edvia was soon found just outside the palace walls. When she confessed the true reason that she had run away, her father was racked with guilt for his actions. He had the miller's house rebuilt by his most skilled craftsman and offered to personally serve as seneschal to the miller girl for a day to atone for his actions. The common folk were deeply moved by their sultan's newfound compassion. The sultan himself, vowing to never forget the lessons he had learned, declared that each year he would serve as seneschal for a young girl chosen from the townspeople by lot. The tradition continued long after Sultan Baldric's death, living on even as the Thorn dynasty dynasty gave way to the Ul. In time, it spread to other nations where it took on new forms, eventually evolving into the Little Ladies' Day celebration that we know and love today. Who was Princess Edvia? Princess Edvia was the one and only daughter of Sultan Baldric of House Thorn, the Hyeran noble house that ruled Ul'dah some 300 years ago to the day. Her disappearance from the palace, the commotion that followed, and its eventual resolution, oft retold as the Legend of the Lost Lady, are said to represent the origins of the celebration we now know as Little Ladies' Day. It is said that before the events of that day, relations between the spirited princess and her stern, overly protective father were strained at best. Though the father claimed to love his daughter dearly, the form this love took was the stifling sort. The princess's disappearance and return changed everything. Sultan Baldric gained a newfound respect for his daughter's independent nature, while Princess Edvia realized that her father's treatment of her was born of simple misunderstanding, not lack of love. The bonds between the two grew only stronger in the months and years to follow, and the two came to be celebrated as the most ideal embodiment of father and daughter that the realm had ever seen. Alright, that's a cute story. Alright, Royal Seneschal. The Royal Seneschal is planning something new for Little Ladies' Day. This is only available for a short time, of course. I think till March 17th in early morning. Royal Seneschal says, "'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master Gav. I have the honor of serving as the Royal Seneschal, and it is my duty to bring smiles and cheers to all the ladies of the realm." Obviously, the Sultana can't serve as the Royal Seneschal, I don't think. What is Little Ladies' Day, you ask? Why, it is the day when the maidens of Eorzea are doted upon as princesses by their very own loyal seneschal. By the way, I must ask, you know of the songbirds, do you not? How silly of me, of course you do! That trio of princess-styled entertainers were relative unknowns when they first took to the stage, but they have since become a Little Ladies' Day staple. Now we hope to introduce another such sensation, but this time the singer will be butler-themed. I've titled this new act The Seneschal Prince, a royal among servants and a loyal servant to his princess. The prince in question is scheduled to debut in the upcoming festival performance, but 'twould seem our chosen star is yet to return from picking up his costume. Though there is ample time ere the show begins, his prolonged absence is a source of concern, to say the least. If only I were not so preoccupied with preparations. Would you mind looking in on him for me? Pico is his name, and he was meant to be speaking with a designer at Estinien Aesthetics. Does he have anything else for us? I would be grateful if you could see what is keeping young Pico, and doubly so if you could render any needed assistance. He was on his way to Estinien Aesthetics the last time we spoke. Let's see. Speak with Pico. Goldsmith's Guild is closest, I guess. Oh, here's Pico. And talking to Maribel. Oh, that's a cute dress. Maribel says, no, darling, no. What I need from you are specifics. Okay, Pico. It has to shine with a sharp, frozen brilliance, like a blizzard slicing through the darkest night. And it should dazzle like a searing flame, threatening to burn your fingers at the merest touch. Doesn't that sound amazing? Maribel says, wait, which do you want, a freezing blizzard or a burning flame? I want both. Pico says, oh, maybe you can help. How can we create a silvery costume that melts into chaotic darkness? Should I give up on the shiny element? Gav is going, I don't know. I'm an adventurer, not a couturier. Maribel says, an adventurer? What can Maribel, famed designer of Estinien Aesthetics, do for you, darling? Oh. We should do Edna Mode's voice. Here at the Royal Seneschal's bidding, you say? Well, I could certainly use some guidance with this costuming conundrum. The costume itself is largely complete. I simply wanted to add the finishing flair in accordance with the prince's wishes, but I'm struggling to envision the image he's trying to convey. Pico says, well, there are just so many dimensions to look dashing. How can one narrow the options down to a single idea? Forgive me, darlings, but I've other projects to attend to. Would you mind coming back once you've helped the lad decide on a more definitive direction? Okay. Pico says, this is not going well. I couldn't ask for a better opportunity, and here I am ruining my own debut. Pico says, it was Gav, yes? I'm sorry to drag you into this dilemma of mine. Of all those who auditioned, they chose me to be the Seneschal Prince. My job now is to become a star performer, and create a dashing and princely persona seemed the best way to achieve that. So I did my research into this subject, delving into books about the most gallant individuals, how they act, how they dress, that sort of thing. But when I tried to explain, it all came out a jumbled mess. What makes the Seneschal Prince a prince among seneschals? Come to think of it, what exactly is a seneschal anyway? What will you say? We can say an unobtrusive servant who anticipates his master's needs, a person of impeccably proper manners. Perhaps you should have researched that instead. Let's see. Oh, let's do that one. Pico says, you may be right. I've been approaching this from an entirely the wrong angle. But at least now one thing is clear. I must learn the ways of a seneschal if I'm to be the best seneschal prince I can be. You seem a knowledgeable sort. Left to my own devices, I fear wasting time on the wrong thing again. Will you help me with my research? Yep, of course we are. Huzzah! Then, first things first, I say we speak with a wide variety of townsfolk and learn what the general public expects of a seneschal. Let's split up that we might gather as many opinions as possible. I'll leave the steps of Thal to you, and we can meet at the Gold Court afterwards. Alright, we can go, let's see, there's one in the Weaver's Guild, one near Sapphire Avenue Exchange, and another. Let's see where the third one is. Oh. Okay, it was covered up by text. That's also in Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Okay. Let's do the Weaver's Guild first. You gotta run through town, you might as well do it on a bard. Or anybody who can give you a speed buff like a machinist or dancer. A seneschal? Why, yes, of course. I have one in my employ. The accomplished ones foresee what must be done and act without need for instruction. Those who stand around awaiting orders have no business taking the position. Do you have anything else to say? A seneschal who cannot act on his own initiative is not worthy of the title. Bargain hunter? Ah, that word ever puts me in mind of the first royal seneschal himself, Sultan Baldric. It's said that every year one girl was chosen from the townspeople by lot, and he would attend to that lucky lass as her personal servant for the entire day. The festival is no longer about choosing a single princess, of course, but oh, how I can daydream about having an attentive seneschal at my beck and call. As a child, whenever Little Ladies' Day came around, I would always hold out hope that this would be the year I was chosen. Aw. I turned my little heat around. It's chilly in my office today. I hope it's going to be a little warmer where y'all are. Resting server. Oh, these cherry trees are really pretty. My impressions of a seneschal? Well, they strike me as people who excel at preparations. Performing tasks to a demanding lord or lady's satisfaction hinges upon their ability to think ahead, to plan events to perfection. My work as a server at the Quicksand is similar in some respects. We have a special Little Ladies' Day menu on offer this year, and I have everything memorized. The ingredients, the presentation, the flavors, down to the smallest detail. Everything from the main course to the beverages and these desserts will be perfect. Above and beyond one's prescribed duties, a server's mission is to ensure as many happy customers as possible. All right, we're going to speak with Pico. I think we'll just run over there. Ooh, I like these folding screens too. Pico says, "Oh, guess what, Gav? I was asking about seneschals in Pearl Lane, and a merchant offered me an amazing bargain. He showed me a rare urn of, quote, incalculable worth, unquote, but even the heavily discounted price was far more coin than I could afford. Come to think of it, what do urns have to do with seneschals anyway?" Let's see, nothing I'd wager, or could it be that you're a little too trusting? Yeah. Oh, was I on the wrong track again? I could have sworn. I see. So seneschal is someone who serves others, someone who anticipates what needs to be done, and prepares for those tasks in advance. In my case, then, I should be a seneschal who serves his fans? Yes, when I put it like that, it just feels right. I should be thinking of ways I can make the crowds happy. And that's exactly what I'll do. Now, if you could stick around a while longer, I'd appreciate some help in becoming the best seneschal I can be. Sure, why not? Oh, I leveled up. Nice. All right, a princely debut. Pico ponders over an appropriate direction for his stage persona. I am to don the mantle of Seneschal Prince. Yet while I've grasped a clear picture of the theme, I must needs think of how best to embody the manner. A seneschal exists to serve, to ensure happiness and satisfaction, which, incidentally, is how this all began for me. I once knew a girl years ago. She was my childhood friend, my cherished princess. But alas, she was born with a terrible ailment. She could not rise from bed, let alone leave the house, and thus I took it upon myself to bring the outside world to her. I acted out all sorts of tales, a hero's saga, a jester at court. If she wished to hear of it, if it would but make her smile, I would assume any role under the sky. One fateful day, I happened to see a songstress in town. She dazzled the audience, and the elated looks upon their faces. I had to rush back to my princess's bedside to share the experience. I sang and danced my heart out for my audience of one, a performance for her and her alone. Oh, how her eyes lit up. Her happiness was everything I ever wanted. It spurred me to practice day and night, and as I did, I began to feel I truly was a famous performer. Then, all too soon, did Thal call her to his somber halls. Aww. Ever since, I've dreamed of making a big name for myself as a singer. If I could perform upon some grand stage, then perhaps my voice could rise up and reach your ears once more. That's why I auditioned for the role of the Seneschal Prince, and why I leaped for joy when I heard that I'd been chosen. Yet even though I began all this for her, it has become every bit my own dream as well. I yearn to sing as that songstress did, and stir the hearts of the crowd. Thank you for listening, Gav. Talking to someone helps to put my thoughts in order. Right, back to the task at hand. Once I've settled on how to best serve my audience, then I should have all the specifics Maribel needs to finish the costume. Let's head over to the Little Ladies' Day stage, shall we? With the better part of the preparations finished, it's likely begun to draw a crowd. The sight might inspire some ideas for my Seneschal debut. Alright, we gotta meet him at the Ruby Road Exchange. Let's go to the Adventurers Guild. Yeah, let's see what these guys have to say. Quicksand employee. There's always quite a crowd gathered by the stage. Perhaps I should have a word with the Royal Seneschal and ask if I can pass out some flyers. Songbirds fanatic. The heavenly Narumi will soon be here in person. I've thought of nothing else for days and days. Stage manager. Let us spare not the smallest detail. We'll give the fans a show to remember. Royal Seneschal says, "Ah, there you are. Work on the stage proceeds apace. Will Pico be ready to perform?" Well, let's find out. Wonder what Silver Nettle has to say. Oi, Venture! Why not spend some of that hard-earned coin here at the markets? Go on and treat yourself. You deserve it. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations, so be aware of that. Examine the stage with Pico. Yes. The stagehands seem swamped with last-moment adjustments, and you can see the fans have already begun to gather. If I'm to decide how to act as the Seneschal Prince, then it's now or never. Let's see what clues the scene has to offer us. Help define Pico's Seneschal Prince persona. How can I serve the crowd? Aside from the usual singing and dancing, there must be something I can do. An employee of the Quicksand. Did they not mention offering some exclusive menu over the course of Little Ladies' Day? Beverage and dessert included. Or I was curious about that myself. Let's do that one. Beverage and dessert included. Knowing such a thing is only available during the festival makes it all the more tempting, doesn't it? I wonder if they'll be willing to bring out a light meal for the audience. Not only would it benefit the fans, but it would also be an excellent promotion for the Quicksand itself. Alright. Seneschal. Yes, of course, if we're speaking of Seneschals, we should look no further than the Royal Seneschal himself. Such a courteous demeanor and so precise in his movements. Now that I think on it, no matter the work we do together, he is never less than thorough with his preparations. And I imagine he would be more than willing to help us implement any new plan we might propose. See there? A particularly eager Songbirds fan, come early to ensure a front row experience, no doubt. Rather too early, in fact. My act is first on the program, so he'll be in for quite a long wait before his idols take the stage. We could say, can we make him more comfortable, or should we bring him a bite to eat? No, let's bring him a bite to eat. Yes, of course. He must be exhausted from standing there all this time. The least I can do is make him more comfortable for the duration of my performance. I've been thinking, Gav. There's no rule which demands people must stand to cheer and enjoy a performance, is there? Why not have the quicksand deliver some light refreshments? Little Ladies' Day themed, of course, and aim for a more relaxed experience. I mean, it's hardly a novel concept. One often orders a meal before taking in a play, or has a flagon in hand while the minstrel strums his lute in the tavern. You should simply encourage the same idea. Naturally, I shall rouse the crowd with song and dance, but this will help define the seneschal side of my stage character. The act is finally coming together. As the seneschal prince, I shall both serve and entertain. Come, there's not a moment to lose. I must first consult with the royal seneschal and then hurry off to make my request to Mistress Momodi at the quicksand. But I must also inform Maribel of my costuming decisions. Ugh, there is no time. Let's divide the tasks between us. You would do that for me? Oh, thank you, Gav. I would be most grateful if you could explain the costume concept to Maribel for me. Trust in me. You truly are my savior. I give you my word, the show will be a great success. Please do be sure to attend. I wonder if they have anything new to say. Well, let's see what Pico says. Which is why I was hoping to organize the event to allow people to eat and drink while they make merry. Yes, the idea has merit. I shall arrange for tables to be brought out. Okay. Let's see. We have to now go speak with Maribel, nourish Dame's aesthetics again. Take the Goldsmith Guild. Couldn't quite see what they said. Alright, here's Maribel. Yeah, darling. How fares your princely seneschal? So the show will feature a healthy dash of hospitality, huh? Sounds fabulous. A singer with a seneschal's poise and a prince's style. Yes, darling, I know exactly what this costume needs. Leave it to me. Please let the royal seneschal know that I'll have the outfit ready in time for the performance. Okay, speak with the royal seneschal at the Ruby Road Exchange. We'll go back to them again. And here he is over here. Thank you for lending a hand to young Pico. 'Tis good to know the issue with his costume has been resolved. As I mentioned, the Seneschal Prince is to be the main new attraction for this year's Little Ladies' Day, and Pico himself is to give the show's opening address. I cannot imagine how events might have unfolded without your assistance. You will stay and watch this performance, yes? Of course we will. Songbird's Fanatic says, I've been standing for so long, my feet have fallen asleep, but at least the show is about to begin. Curious Spectator says, should be starting any moment now. The first act is the debut performance for a new singer, isn't it? The Seneschal, Prince? Uncertain Spectator says, what would a Prince of Seneschals be like anyway? I have no idea what to expect. Neither do we. Pico says, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Little Ladies' Day performance. Oh, nice. I am Pico, the Seneschal Prince, and I shall be your guide to an ephemeral world of wonder. I imagine you are all weary from the wait? Though it be but a trifle, we have taken the liberty of arranging for refreshments, a special festival menu prepared by our friends at Quicksand. Peach-infused tea accompanied by a selection of spring-inspired sweets. We invite you to enjoy these delights while you enjoy the show. Songbirds Fanatic says, "That's for us? Thank the gods, I was so thirsty." Curious Spectator says, "Oh, that new menu has been on my mind all day. What a lovely gesture." I'm overjoyed to see you thus pleased. Should this repast meet with your approval, pray consider a visit to the Quicksand following the show. But with that said, I must ask that you keep all eyes on me. Without your full attention, I am wont to grow jealous. Fair princesses, won't you step closer? I promise this shall be a princely performance to remember. Aw. Settle in, my dear audience, and enjoy the spectacle of the Seneschal Prince. Royal Seneschal says, he not only entertains with song and dance, but also captures the crowd's hearts with warm hospitality. A wonderful display. Ulala says, not bad, not bad. Narumi says, it seems we have quite a show to follow. Masha Makaraka says, and the songbirds will deliver. We'll take the stage by storm and build this excitement to a raging crescendo. A little wink is cute. All right, the Royal Seneschal says, the Seneschal's Prince debut has been a grand success. The audience was thoroughly entertained. Okay, they don't have anything else to say to us. The Royal Handmaiden have anything new? Nope. Royal Servant have anything new for us? Nope. All right. Let's talk to Pico. Yeah, thank you for coming to my performance. It was all so magical. To see such enjoyment upon each face in the crowd was an indescribable feeling. And did you see how they responded to the touches of hospitality? The Quicksand server even came over to thank me for how quickly the word spread about their festival menu. Royal Seneschal says, what a stunning debut by the Seneschal Prince. We've already been swamped with demands to know when you will be performing next. In fact, I'm thinking of setting up an encore performance while the festival is still ongoing. Pico says, is that so? Well then I shan't disappoint my fans. Pico says, I wonder if my dear friend was watching me too, from Thal's distant halls. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity. For as long as I have the privilege of standing on that stage, I mean to spend every moment delighting all who attend. I almost forgot. I had Maribel craft you a matching costume. I was not alone up there in front of the crowd. I felt you standing beside me, as you have been every step of the way. Given your part in all this, you are every bit a seneschal prince yourself. So please, do me the honor of accepting this gift. Tis the least I can offer for your patient assistance. Now, I must be off to prepare for my next appearance. Royal Seneschal says, I, too, offer my sincerest gratitude for elevating our celebrations to ever greater heights. The Little Ladies' Dance festivities have only just begun, and I suggest you go and enjoy them while they last. All right. Nice. I want to be your pop star. Is the name of the achievement. Nice. All right. Let's see what it will die to. Oh, that's the... Well, that would look good. I wonder what it would look good with, like, really dark blue. I'm a big fan of this midnight blue dye. It just looks really cool. Ink blue. Royal blue? That could be nice. Void blue, nice. It's a little too... I don't know, it just doesn't look right. Let's see what the... see what this would look like. Ooh, that would be good. That would be nice too. Okay, Oop, I'm on the wrong dye channel. I like that royal blue. That'd look nice. Let's see. Let's go back to this. Let's see what it looks like. That's gunmetal, which gives it a leathery kind of look. That's nice. Of course, it comes in the default black anyway. That's pearl white. Silver. I wonder what pure white looks like. That's nice, but it's a little too bright for my taste. Oh, metallic blue. You want something really funky looking. I don't know. Oh, man. Decisions here. Gold. Looks kind of elvishous, right? Some of these are funky color combinations. I wonder what dark purple would look like. Yeah, I think, I think I'm just going to leave the jacket the default black and color the shirt the second dye channel blue. In fact, I'm going to go put this in my glamour dresser right now because it looks really cool. Going the wrong way. Go to the inn. do something slightly more interesting. Let's see what that is. That's kind of cool. I believe I can put these... Yes. Yes. Thank God. I can put these in my armoire. Let's make a glamour plate up. I'm gonna leave the hat off. Because I really don't care for this, you know, Seneschal Prince headset. Jacket. Do we like the gloves? Yeah, I kind of like the gloves. Trousers. Long boots. Those are nice looking boots. Okay. Oh, let's dye the glamour plate. Let's see, shadow blue, midnight blue. Do midnight blue. Do the dye. I wonder what this does. Ah, it dyes the strap. Yeah, that's a nice little detail. Let's dye that. So that dyes that little strap. It's kind of subtle, but it look, you know, I want it to match, so. Okay. I wonder what the boots do. Oh, okay. It does the front. You know what? Why not? Alright. He looks cute. We're gonna have him run around in this today. Oh, and hello everyone who's come to join us. Okay, nice music is about ready to put me to sleep. The 3 collectors? I forgot what that one was about. The War of Ours? Let me Google that for you. Okay, well that's we just have to go into the hard mode version of that dungeon. Alright. Let's speak with the sellsword sergeant at the observatorium. What a Camp Dragonhead. I forgot what that quest was even about. Having received the blessings of Lady Dorilda and Inspector Briardian, Inspector Hildibrand wishes to depart for Kurthus at once. Journey to the observatorium and seek out the sellswords in Lady Dorilda's employ. Okay, this is another one of the Hildibrand ones. Hildibrand says, "Hail to thee, fellow servant of justice. I take it you are one of the many tasked with transporting a counterfeit treaty blade?" Sellsword Sergeant. Clearly you've mistaken me for someone else, sir. Riardian says, "At ease, Sergeant. They're with us, more small folk. Keep an eye on them, or else." But sir, I... Bugger me. Don't you bloody move until I get back. Gilgamesh says, "I say, is this land always so inhospitable? The biting winds, the endless snows. Mayhap keeping active will help me to stay warm. Oh, and should I chance to find the thieving duelist, I will of course summon you, after administering the requisite beating. Ha ha ha." Sellsword Sergeant says, "Good, you're still... Wasn't there someone else with you a moment ago?" Hildibrand says, "Ah, you speak of Greg. He ventured outside the gates mere moments ago. Before your arrival, full eager to catch the thief, as are we. Come, Nashu, we too must answer the call of duty." Oh, lordy. Sellsword Sergeant says, "You look like you might actually be useful. Why don't you have a word with my man near the east gates? We're undermanned over there." Oh, that's the, by the east gates. That would be, you know, going to the east. Not the west. Does Hildibrand have anything to say? "Any halberd-wielding mummers shall answer to me." Sellsword Watchman says, "You see that just now? No? I don't think me eyes were playing tricks on me, but there's only one way to be sure. You wait here." Nashu Makaraka says, "Inspector, over here! Look!" "What is it, Nashu? Pray, tell me what you see." Gilgamesh says, "Ha ha! I see you, demon bird. You will not escape me this time." "Why, hello there, my friends. Is aught amiss?" Hildibrand says, "No, it's just Greg." Oh, it's just Greg. For a moment I thought you might have spotted our thief. Come, Nashu, we have lingered here overlong. We must egress post-haste. We must leave now. We'll tackle that another time. I think it unlocks an emote, but we're doing Hildibrand. Hello, Ingspill. How are you? Hildibrand says, there is naught out of the ordinary here either. Ellie says, "No luck, We have scoured every ilm of this area to no avail. I can only conclude that, having learned that his opponent was to be the legendary Inspector Hildibrand, the duelist renounced his criminal ways and retreated into hiding." Ellie says, "The chicken and Gilgamesh are running by." Ellie says, "Or perhaps he's waiting patiently outside the walls for more wagons to leave? That being said, should you decide to venture into the wilderness, you'd best arm yourself with more than your wits." Hildibrand says, "I appreciate your concern, Miss Ellie, but a gentleman should abstain from violence unless absolutely necessary." Now she says, "I'll fight for you, Inspector. I even found a weapon to use." Hildibrand says, "By the 12, is that the selfsame spear which propelled me to the Red Moon? Wherever did you find it?" Now she says, "It was buried in the snow." Hildibrand says, well, one cannot ignore the will of destiny. Return it to me, Nashu. Oh, there goes the chicken again. Though I will still endeavor to avoid fisticuffs, I will be duly armed should worst comes to worst. Now then, we begin our search for the duelist to the east of the observatorium. These guys are crazy. When you have a cat, actually we had 2 cats in the house, and you have allergies to cats, you invariably get an itchy nose. Or at least a cat hair poking you somewhere. Ellie says, come now, how hard can it be to find a large man dressed in red in Kurthis? Well, depends if it's still Starlight Festival or not, you know? Nashu says, Car, it's cold out here. Yes, yes it is. Hildibrand says, take your post, my good man, and entrust your safety to me. Inspector Hildibrand is ready for battle. Oh, hang on. I need to eat another couple of eggs. Put my blue dye back in its spot. Okay. Now we're ready to go. Hildibrand says, wherefore art thou, my nefarious nemesis? Gilgamesh says, 'twas not the self-same creature, but one of many. Nevertheless, I know that my weapon is close by. You sense it too, don't you? At least we look good in this scene. Hildibrand says, Greg, I've been meaning to ask. Why do you covet this weapon so? Gilgamesh says, if you but beheld it, you would understand. In some ways it bore resemblance to a spear, but in other respects it was quite different. It was crowned with a magnificent axe blade, to which was wielded a musket barrel. Oh my god. 'Twas one of the first weapons I added to my collection after arriving in these lands. Oh, how I yearned to reclaim it, the strongest of spears. That weapon of yours bears a striking resemblance to the strongest of spears. Hildibrand says, I claimed this weapon 5 years ago. Surely you can't be serious. I can, and stop calling me Shirley. Somebody watched the movie Airplane. Now you call me Shirley? No matter, give it to me! Give it to me! Oh god. Hildibrand says, this spear and I have traveled together to the very heavens. I will not relinquish it again. Gilgamesh says, this spear and I have bested many a man together. I will not relinquish it again. Hildibrand says, then we are at an impasse. sound effects or something else. What's going on? I'm getting dizzy with all this. Ellie says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but well done, Inspector. Thanks to you, we've caught the weapon thief in the act. Hildibrand says, Miss Ellie, you are grossly misreading our dispute. Greg is a good, honest man who I am certain has never stolen a weapon in his life. Gilgamesh says, Indeed, I have not. Every weapon I have claimed was by rights mine. Each was a trophy for besting my opponent in single combat. Briardian says, I believe that constitutes a confession. Seize him. A confession to what? I've done naught wrong. Pah, you all are beyond reason. Hildibrand says, yes, my plan to secure Greg's confession was utterly flawless, and his capture will be the coup de grace. Briardian says, well, my plan is thus far flawless. Griffin Crossing is still impassable. I know who you are, even if that imbecile doesn't, so let's not mince words. Only you have the skill to face the duelist in battle. Even so, your strength alone will likely not suffice. I suggest you muster what allies you can. Alright. See if they have anything else to say. Now she says, which way did he go, Gav? Did you see? Ellie says, his name isn't really Greg, is it? No, it's not. Briardian says, lest you find my advice unsporting, I remind you that our duty supersedes any misbegotten notions of honor you may possess. Alright, we gotta speak with Hildibrand, who is down that way. It was upside down in the snow there. Now shoot. Miss Ellie. My good man, it is a relief to hear your footfalls. As you have doubtless deduced, I was unable to prevent Greg from escaping through the doors. I must leave the rest to you. Gilgamesh says, yes, it was I behind these doors the whole time. You took so long to arrive, I was getting worried you might have gotten lost. Long did I wonder what your role in this play was. Silent guardian, content to watch events unfold with minimal interaction? At the last, I understand. We were fated to duel, you and I. Best me and you may have the spear. Fail, and your weapons are forfeit. Fair terms, do you not think? I will even extend them to your allies. I grant you leave to summon others. After all, it will avail you no advantage. For Gilgamesh! It is embiggening time. Okay. I'm huge. Gav's going, wait. Did I, take some funny stuff? Battle on the Big Ridge is now accessible. Alright. Duty Finder has been added. Alright, I am going to take a quick break. Do not worry about me, my friend. I shall extricate myself in due time. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break and then queue for this. Alright, so I will be right back. Alright, welcome back, cats and kittens. Alright, I had to reboot the computer. I found when OBS is lagging like crazy, the only thing I can do is restart the entire computer. Is probably something that OBS and the game are doing that don't play well together with my computer. Not sure what it is, but maybe someday we'll get it sorted out. I work in the medical field, not the computer field, so it takes me a while to figure this stuff out. Alright, we have to confront Gilgamesh in the battle on the big bridge, so we can queue for that. I think that's trial. Yeah. I think. Or is that a raid? I don't know where that is. Oh, okay. It's in the Realm Reborn West series after the Hydra one, before the Bowl of Embers, the hard stuff. Okay, let's join. I don't know how long it's gonna take to queue this. Gale Force warning. Gale Force warning. That's probably go do Garuda again. Confront Garuda, yep. Confront Shiva. Fight your way through Castrum Oxidans. Confront Bismarck. Confront Ravana. Alright, this war of ours, that's our next quest in our post-Heavensward patch. Okay. Speak with Aymeric at the Congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. Although Alfino intends to inform Tataru and Urianger of Ninfilia's fate, he asks that you share with no one else what you have learned, especially Flamine. He then states that you have more than earned a rest, only to suddenly recall that he but recently received a missive from Sir Aymeric. It would seem that the Lord Commander is planning a ceremony of some sort and would like you to attend. However, he neglected to provide details, and so a visit to the congregation appears to be in order. That has a long cutscene, so I don't want to start that while we're queued for this dungeon. Alright, we have to enter the Wanderer's Palace. Confront the Ultima weapon. Reap what you sow. Enter Never Reap. Equipped with the animated Brionac. Enter Snowcloak. Okay. We could do that, we can do that without having to queue up for that. Let me Google that for you, instead of Google that for you. Retrieve the leather-bound tome from the Great Google Library hard. Enter Samal. The Curl and the Colossus. Speak with Mead. Okay. Let's do this. Speak with Mead. We shall go up to Idleshire. Let's go out. And we're going to talk to Mead while we wait for this queue. Music on this mount is so nice. So Mead is supposed to be down here somewhere. I don't know if she's at the entrance or what. Oh, I see where she's at. Okay. I kind of overshot her. She's on this broken bridge up here. So, at least I think she is. Oh, no, she's right here. Talking to the black cat. Just as I thought. It is Shanoa, Mead says. Or is it? One curl kitten looks much the same as another, and she doesn't seem to have brought any of her friends. Over there. Backrick says, Uplanders, what are all these snap crashings and go? Sid says, an Illuminati spy sent by Quick Things to observe our movements, like as not. Given the sizable disadvantage at which we find ourselves, we thought it best to relieve him of duty. He spent his final moments babbling about all of the Illuminati's deranged schemes. Claimed that once the final core was activated and Alexander fully operational, the fortress would gain the power to travel through time, taking them along with it. Yashtola says, he seemed quite convinced that Quick Thinks was a prophet of sorts, a traveler from the future come to present to return history to its proper state. Or come to the present. Okay, let me try that again. Yashtola says, he seemed quite convinced that Quick Thinks was a prophet of sorts, a traveler from the future come to the present to return history to its proper state. Sid says, aye, and that's not the half of it. According to him, the battle for history has already been won, and not by us. For the future is written in the Enigma Codex, and we but play out our roles in it. Mead says, Quick Things, a traveler from the future? That would certainly explain how he was able to anticipate our every move, but could it be that he has already conquered the world of tomorrow? Have all our efforts been in vain? Backrick says, bah, tongue flaps of crazed Illuminati make brain case hurt. Backricks would speak of different subject. What brings Uplanders back to shortstop? Yashtola says, having settled upon a plan of action, Sid and I were in the process of making our final preparations with Master Matoya when the kittens scampered in, mewing as if to beckon us. We duly followed her, and she led us here, much to the dismay of the fellow at our feet. Sid says, I'm not one to look a gift curl in the mouth, but something about all of this doesn't sit right with me. She's been at Quick Things' side, make that on his bloody head every step of the way, and now she decides to betray her keepers? If the cat could speak our tongue, I would have a question or two for her, mayhap even 3. Good, but not 4 or 5. 4 thou shalt not count to, and 5 is right out. I can't believe I'm even considering this, but then it wouldn't be the strangest thing I've heard today. You there, cat, here's Shanoa. Quick Thinks is a little familiar, aren't you? 2 mews for yay, 1 for nay. Mew, mew. Did she truly? Do you want to go home? Mew? 7 hells, I think the bloody furball might actually understand us. But that doesn't mean we can trust her. For all we know, she could be here to do her master's dirty work. Backrick says, "A moment, Uplanders." Tongue flaps of Round Rocks come to Backrick's brain case. Okay, that's something... I'm remembering something that Round Rocks told me. 3 years ago, when Round Rocks found Codex Splinterstone, Round Rocks says Black Curlchild is here, or is there, onlooking. Backrix thinks nothing of this then, but now... Mead says, "You mean to imply that Shanoa here was present when we attempted the summoning? I very much doubt that. If she were a kitten 3 years ago, she would be fully grown Curl by now." Ishtola says, "Unless, that is, she took a shortcut through time. An implausible theory, I grant you, but one we cannot well dismiss in light of recent events. If true, it would raise a still more troubling possibility that Round Rocks' discovery of the Codex was no mere coincidence, but an event orchestrated by Quick Things to further his own ends." Sid says, "Oh, this just gets better and better. Look, whatever is going on here, we're not like to find out standing about talking. We need to delve deeper into that fortress. And, as luck would have it, Wedge claims his latest invention will allow us to do just that. I've sent him and Biggs on ahead to the Maker's Quarter to perform their final test. Meet them there when you're ready. I'll join you as soon as my own preparations are complete." Ishtola says, "To travel back in time and set past wrongs aright. Who could resist such temptation? And how grievous the consequences of surrendering to it. For in allowing the past to consume us and making our every choice, our every action the correct one, would we not cease to live in the present and in turn lose sight of the future? 'Tis a path not to redemption, but to madness." I wonder, this is frequently a topic of science fiction and fantasy, what happens if you go into the future to right the wrongs of the past, right? Yeah, Inkspill says, "I thought we agreed, no capes." No capes. Yes. I'm a huge Edna Mode fan. My favorite character in The Incredibles. Hands down. That's why, Rendezvous with Biggs. Who is over here? Snap Clicks. Snap Clicks. Watch guards Steel Giant. Steel Giant will be going nowhere without Snap Clicks knowing. Mead have anything to say? If Quick Thinks truly has seen the future, we may very well be walking straight into a trap. And yet, what other choice do we have? Wedge says, "I must apologize once again for my negligence last time, Gav. Rest assured, I have done my utmost to make it up to you with my latest invention. Why, it may very well be my best yet. Yes, I have a good feeling about this mission. This time we'll show that power-mad Gobby what for." Gav, all fired up and ready to go, are you? Then I'd best hurry up and brief you on the task at hand. In a nutshell, we'll be attacking the Primal on 2 fronts. As we speak, Y'shtola is leading an attempt to cut off the Primal's source of ether. Our job, meanwhile, will be head into the belly of the beast and rescue young Round Rocks. Without her to view the Enigma Codex Forum, the Illuminati won't be able to turn back time anymore, giving us a fighting chance of beating the bastards. The chief reckons that the shortest path is through the giant's great fat noggin, the only problem being that it's inside the barrier. Not to worry. Wedge's latest wonder will take care of that. He's dubbed it the BBG-2, which he tells me is short for Barrier Be Gone. Barrier Be Gone. Of course, the barrier doesn't just serve to keep folk out. It also keeps the Primal in, that being why Mead and her mates raised the bleeding thing in the first place. So the moment it goes down, there'll be nothing to stop the Colossus from running rampant if it has a mind to, which means we're going to need to move fast. The chief will take the Excelsior in as close as he can to Alexander's head, then you'll jump off and secure us away inside. Wasting no time, you'll then climb back aboard and Wedge will re-engage the barrier. All while our metal friend... what did he say there? Oh, before he knows what's happening. Got it? Good, because we've got our work cut out for us. Let's get going. So, wasting no time, you'll then climb back aboard and Wedge will re-engage the barrier, all before our metal friend even knows what's happening. Got it? Good, because we've got our work cut out for us. Let's get moving. Alright, we now have access to the Eyes of the Creator. Alexander can be accessed via the entrance in the Maker's Quarter. We're ready when you are, Gav. Just say the word. Okay. Need to have anything new? Nope. We might go to Western Thanalan and do some fishing while we're waiting. We have to go to Nafika's Wells. Okay, I see where that is. Let's go fly on over there. This says elapsed time, average wait time 18 minutes, elapsed time almost 20. Okay. Oh, yay! Commence. Battle on the big bridge. Nafika's Wells are over here. Okay. A little loud. You've been granted the power of the Echo. All right.
Go on, you. It's who? Your favorite?
I've been turned into a frog. Oh, no. Oh, and the chicken's pecking on me. Oh, a little...
I do all later.
I don't even know what to do.
Just too much for me.
Wait, the chicken's eating me.
Not half my line. Empathy. Why, I've been hurt. This is far from the strongest of years. I feel so betrayed by these graces. I just remembered something.
Uh-oh. He left us a bomb. Okay. We got out of that one. We do want to kill everything here if possible before we go jump on that next platform, so get rid of all the ads.
I must say, I quite enjoy these tussles. I feel we've gained an understanding. And this And I will pound you, silly! Aha!
So over the top.
Rocket punch!
I'm like frozen. Oh, I'm confused. Attacking allies instead of the enemy. I don't want to do that. Oh, I can't move. Oh my gosh. This is such a crazy thing. I have 4 more seconds of being confused.
I won't look out. Rocket punch!
All right. That was it.
Well then. That's enough of a beating for now.
It's enough of a beating for now. He's cheating. Poor Gav looks so dejected. Okay. Now that we've done that nonsense. Oh, I got a second chance point for doing this for the first time. Uh-oh, there's Hildibrand, like unconscious. Now she says, "Are you dead again, Inspector?" Grown, "Why, Greg, why?" Ellie says, "How many swords did he drop? Well, wait, doesn't that one there look just like Eleazar's sword? But even to my untrained eye, this is obviously a counterfeit blade, and so is this one, and this one. What in the world?" Guardian says, "Alone, yet still armed. In any case, he seems satisfied with the halberd. We will proceed with the delivery." Speak with Gerilda in Vesper Bay. Do you have anything new to say to us? If you wish to be present, I won't object. Meet me in Vesper Bay. Okay. Godbert Manderville. Gerilda says, "'Tis more magnificent than I imagined. 'Twill make a fine addition to my collection." There's a little standoff there. Riordan says, "And with that, our business is concluded. Cheers." I genuinely mean that in your case, by the way, says that to Gav. Now she says, "All's well that ends well, right, Inspector? Though it's a shame that Greg turned out to be the thief." Gerilda says, "There you are, Inspector Briardian. Why did you not wait for me at the docks?" Uh-oh. Why are you all staring at me so? Oh, never mind that. Where's my treaty blade? Now she says, "But didn't we just give you the treaty blade?" Uh-oh, the mask. Briardian says, disguise yourself as the client and let the treaty blade come to you. Take advantage of an existing situation to distract us from the real crime. Brilliant. Ellie says, the man in red never spoke of the treaty blade, only the halberd. Moreover, he always issued his challenges in person. Briardian says, dear gods, isn't it obvious? What is it like in your funny little brains? It must be so boring. Ellie says, if the man in red did not send the challenge, then who did? Ow. Hildibrand says, I believe this is addressed to me, condescending Inspector Briardian. Briardian says, piss off. Briardian says, 400 years have I slept, 1,000 faces do I wear. What is yours will be mine. I shall come to claim the lapis maiden's virtue. A many-faced phantom thief. Interesting. Ellie says, the design and the wording are the same as before. The thief who stole the treaty blade sent this. Hildibrand says, very well. I, and I alone, Hildibrand, agent of enquiry, inspector extraordinaire, once more accept your challenge. Briardian says, you want a challenge, huh? Stand and face me, you buffoon. Maria laughs. Gerilda says, how dare you all laugh at a time like this, after allowing my precious treaty blade to be stolen? And you, Maria? Well, I suppose it is a little funny, isn't it? The two of them dashing to and fro, a pair of gentlemen mummers. You know, it's been far too long since we've seen a show. We should head into the city later, just you and me. Godbert says, not bad, Hildy, not bad at all. You are indeed a Manderville man. Hildibrand says, Mark my face, O phantom of many faces. For it is the face of the We get, let's see, 5 elixirs for that. Restores up to 28% of the HP, up to 1440 points maximum, and restores 600 MP. The fiend dares lay claim to the fair maiden's virtue. as seeds of jealousy quicken within an inspector's soul. Can true love bloom on this battlefield? Will this Manderville man find his Manderville wife? Case of indecency. Yeah, she says, "Hey, what's with the goggles those men are wearing? They look special. Maybe if I ask nicely, they'll give me a pair. They'll give me a pair. I guess we'll find out next time." Oh my god. Practicing kissing? I don't know what he's doing there. It's kind of scary. Ellie says the business of betrothal. Ellie has put her skills as a reporter to good use. Ah, there you are. I've been doing some investigating on my own since we last parted. I believe I found our Lapis Maiden. The girl's name is Arabella, daughter of one Master Guguremu, a prominent member of the East Aldenar Trading Company. Her eyes and hair are a most exceptional shade of blue. Her beauty is the talk of the Sultanate. Her purported beauty, I should say. You see, none have actually seen the girl in the flesh. Apparently her father is the overprotective sort. Some say that the maiden has never set foot outside the family's well-guarded estate. But all this is about to change. Rumor has it that the girl is to be wed. And not just to anyone, mind you, but to the heir to the Bruguiere Consortium. The formal announcement is set to be made at a commemorative feast to be jointly hosted by the two family businesses. The venue is Costa del Sol, where preparations are going on as we speak. Word on the street is that the bride-to-be will be making a rare public appearance. It is here that the thief intends to strike. I couldn't be more certain of it. Piqued your interest, have I? My sources tell me that the bride's father is already in Costa del Sol overseeing the preparations. This is one scoop I'm not going to miss, and you're welcome to come along. Alright, let's queue up for our next Alexander raid. I think this is the last of the series 4. We might get them done today, but I think after doing this raid, I want to continue on in the MSQ. So I want to make some progress on that. I don't know if we're going to finish today or not. I put on a squadron enlistment bonus buff there. Squadron enlistment manual, so you have an increased chance of getting some more squadron members for my Grand Company squadron. It's always good to see what else I can get. I try and keep a wide variety of them. They're all different jobs, except the conjurers, because you can only get one of those, right? And I like to have 2 healers. What else do we need to do? We were gonna fish, right? Oh, we can wait for the next. Oh, we're still in Western Thanalan. Fish while we wait for the next raid. To go to Nafika's Wells, which I think is down here. I gotta do some, I'm gonna use a versatile lure for this. Chumming lets you, reduces the wait time for the fish biting. Something bites. A dusk gabi. Surface slap. Yeah, that keeps you from getting the same fish again. Only works one time though. I think the fish I'm looking for is a 2-star one. Don't want a bone crayfish either. Copperfish. All right. I'm looking for a glimmer scale. Now let's see what happens when we mooch. Oh, we'll have to wait another time. I'll look up and see what bait works even better. All right, time to deactivate the barrier. Smoke is too thick. I can't see a damn thing. You'll have to press on alone. The eyes of the creator. Oh yeah, we jump over to this vent here. Just kind of tosses us up there. Cranial plate is sealed off. Okay. It's called the cranial plate. Okay, now we go over to the hatch. I have no idea what this thing is. I'm hoping somebody knows what they're doing with this one, because I don't remember. I don't think I want to be there. I know you do not want to be on this quadrant that has the chevrons or whatever that's going up there. I know we gotta kill these things over here. I believe we're trying to prevent this refurbisher from getting parts to fix himself up with. We gotta go behind here. burn these down as quickly as we can. And then get out of it. Yeah, I guess if the monsters die on that quadrant, then the refurbisher can't use them for parts. We have 3 Reapers in here. We want to be back this way. And then we just... I forgot we gotta kill this guy too. Materials recovered. Terminating priority mode. Okay. Alright. We made it. That could have been gnarly, but we made it. Ah! I didn't get the joy emote. Loot. I don't want to get any of this loot. I'm going to be stuck with it. I did, however, receive a couple of player comms, so that was nice. Fine work, old friend. Thanks to you, we have our way in, says Sid. Stay where you are. We're coming. But first, now that you're clear, we'd best get that barrier back up before the big fellow gets restless. Wedge, ready the BBG-2 and reactivate the barrier on my mark. Mark! Sid, excellent timing, Ishtola. Gav has done it. We have a clear path into the heart of the beast. Ishtola says, good. 'Tis a relief to hear that at least one side of the operation proceeded according to plan. The same may not be said of the other. Our efforts to cut off the primal source of ether proved wholly ineffective. Quite why, I cannot say, though I am hopeful that one among us can. He looks pointedly at Mead. Sid says, what, Mead? On the basis that she summoned the damn thing, you mean? I think you'd better explain. Ishtola says, like all primals, Alexander constantly draws ether from its surroundings, both to sustain itself and to gain in strength. Master Matoya and I believed we could disrupt, or at the very least inhibit this process by means of Arcanima. Sid says, by creating a vast, impassable etheric membrane between the primal and the land from which it drinks. Aye. Which is why the old witch had me place those infernal devices of hers in every nook and cranny of this place. Are you telling me they don't work? Y'shtola says, yes and no. As far as we can tell, the Arcanima are functioning precisely as intended, and yet, for reasons we have not been able... Let's try that again. And yet, for reasons we have been unable to ascertain, they have had no measurable effect on the primal. Sid says, all right, out with it, Mead. If there's anything you haven't told us, we need to hear it now. We're running out of options. Mead says, I fear it will not avail us, but very well. It all began with a curious encounter in my younger days. I was out playing on my own one day when a stranger appeared before me. He told me anything my heart wished for could be mine if I but heeded his words. In my youth, I did not fully comprehend what the man was proposing at the time. Nevertheless, his words seemed to burn themselves into my very soul. Reunite the shattered shards of the Enigma Codex, he said, and perform the sacred rite before the ruins that yet stand strong against the river's flow. Then, and only then, shall your hopes and dreams become reality. With that, he handed me a relic, a horn with a tip of metal that seemed so foreign as to hail from another world. It would serve as a catalyst for the summoning, he explained. A gift from your friend Travanchet. And then he was gone. Travanchet? I know the man. Our paths crossed during my time in Limsa, in the days before the calamity. I might have guessed that the Ascians had a hand in this. The horn of which you speak was once rumored to reside on Seal Rock. It is a lost relic of the ancients and the power to manipulate the etheric energy in the very air around us. The Scions have long pursued the horn, fearing the devastation that might ensue were an artifact of such power to fall into the wrong hands. Finally, I do begin to see. If I have the right of it, Alexander's third corps is using the horn to draw ether from far and wide. 'Tis little wonder our plan failed, even without moving an ilm. The primal possesses the power to drain not just this land of ether, but our very star. Sid says, then our course is clear. If the old witch's magics won't avail us, we shall just have to get inside and dismantle the core the old-fashioned way. Y'shtola says, indeed, and yet we must be wary. We've seen the course of time reversed once before. We may well see it again. Even should we succeed in destroying our target, there is naught to prevent the Illuminati from simply returning the stricken core to its previous state. Mead says, aye, they are free to turn back the clock again and again, the primal growing stronger all the while. Wedge says, so what do we do then? We can't just give up. Sid says, no. We press on. Lest we forget, controlling Alexander requires the Codex, and the Codex is but a useless piece of stone without the mind of the Gabi girl. If we can rescue Round Rocks, Quick thinks we'll have no way to flip the hourglass. Y'shtola said, the Circle of Knowing once tasked me with recovering the horn, and 'twas through mine own negligence that Travanchet acquired it. That it now endangers our world is my responsibility. Even were I not a scion, I should do all in my power to make amends. Whatever assistance I can offer, it is yours. Sid says, then it begins. I'll send word to our friends in Idleshire. Biggs, Wedge, ready the Excelsior. Gav, prepare for departure. Let Operation Rescue Round Rocks commence. And why are there 2 kittens? And how can that be? Let's see what Backrick said. Schrodinger. Schrodinger's cat. Mew? Of course, Schrodinger's cat. Backrick sees Shanoa on top of Whirlycog Giant. This is different curl kitten, so Backrick names her Schrodinger. What does it mean? Backrick does not know. Mead says, even if we succeed in freeing Round Rocks, what will remain of the girl we once knew? To the Illuminati, she's little more than a cog in their divine machine. They need her alive, aye, but no more than that. And they will not have scrupled to use any means necessary to force her compliance. Which says, Backrick said he saw Shanoa standing on top of the Colossus at Quick Thing's side, just as you'd expect her to be. Do you think Backrick's new pet is just a long-lost littermate? The resemblance is truly uncanny. Big says, 7 hells, it wasn't enough that those Illuminati lunatics had a bleeding time machine, was it? No, it had to be a time machine with the power to destroy the whole bleeding world. I mean, I'm used to the future of Eorzea being at stake, but this is the future, past and present, all rolled into one. We have to get Round Rocks out of there before those gobbies can put any more of their crazy schemes in motion. Speaking of gobbies, have you talked to old Backricks lately? Turns out the kitten you met wasn't Shanoa after all, just a doppelganger. He's already taken the little furball back to the shortstop and given it a name, Schrodinger, or however you pronounce it. Anyway, I'd best be heading back that way, myself. See you there, Gav. Schrodinger? I'm not sure how to pronounce it correctly, actually. See if they have anything new. Alright, nothing new. Undaunted by recent revelations, Biggs would brief you on the next stage of the rescue mission. We'll pick it up, we'll probably do the raid at some point in the future so we can make progress on the MSQ. Ready to head back into the belly of the beast, Gav? Alright, let's get this rescue mission off the ground. First, some good news. While the barrier was down, we were able to get our first good look inside Alexander's innards. As far as we can tell, Round Rocks is being held captive in what seems to be the central control chamber of the whole Colossus, called, helpfully, Central Control. As to how we reach it, do you remember when you infiltrated Midas? There was that cavernous room with a dirty, great city in it? Aye, well, we've spotted one of those floating platforms, which goes back and forth between there and the place we need to get to. Quickest route to the city is straight through the giant's head. You'll go in through the hatch you opened for us last time, take care of any guards, and secure the platform I mentioned. Meanwhile, the chief and the others will be making their way to you via Midas, after setting out in advance to sweep the place for any nasty surprises. Once you've all rendezvoused, it'll be time to storm the control room, while me and Wedge stage a little diversion. Got all that? Good. Then let's crack some Illuminati skulls. Alright, Breath of the Creator now accessible. Okay, let's go back to Foundation. So, Underloo have anything? First Commander is tending to the preparations at Falcon's Nest. If all goes to plan, this will mark a new day for Ishgard. Master Tia, the Lord Commander left instructions that you were to be shown inside. Alright.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples.
Oh. Good.
You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
Oh.
Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, and one more thing. A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
You kind of worried Aymeric there for a moment there. He was afraid you were going to say no. Go to Falcon's Nest. There you are, Lucia. Looking at something up above. Lucia says, "The Lord Commander said you'd come..." Let's try that again. Lucia says, "The Lord Commander said you would come, Gav." As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Aymeric wanted a symbol that would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. It was not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? The certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I'm rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. What is this fascination with telling us to rest? staunch conviction. Lucia is concerned that you seem to be looking for something to do. Lucia says, if you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend the ceremony, you may meet Lords Artoirel and Amanelaine, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you would excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. There's Redwald. Glad to see that the rumors are true. Well met, Master Tian. Fear not, I've no intention of begging you for aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, the Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Yep, didn't mean to do that. Lowborn youth. You know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Aymeric was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things. And he'll do it by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Roth says, bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand. We all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragonfire. And that being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we're close to a reconciliation comes as a great relief. Oh, let's see what Amanelaine and Onorwa say. Amanelaine says, "Ah, still there, old boy. This really isn't the time." Onorwa says, "I will do my utmost to keep him out of trouble, but I may require your assistance later." Yep. Artoirel says, "How much has changed since we fought beside each other in the vault. If you had told me then that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet, here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. Ha! And here I am, laboring to make it so." Lucia says, "Lord Artoirel, if I may." "Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service?" Lucia says, "Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority are willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest." Artoirel says, "Fury take me. They would defy Sir Aymeric's commands? If they dare attack Vidofnir." Lucia says, "It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a lord of House Forton present." "I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Amanelaine while I am away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be." Thank you, my friend. I promise we'll not be long. Alright, we're on babysitting duty. I wonder what the highborn merchant has to say. What sort of trade opportunities might there be? I've never thought about it before, but do the Dravanians even have markets? Honorar says, Was that Lord Artoirel leaving with the first commander just now? Manaline is less than his usual effervescent self. Once more a favor is the quest. Manaline says, I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Artoirel thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no! Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right. There. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave you to do it, old boy. Come, Onorwa, I must return to my rounds. Oh dear. Do be careful, my lord. Poor Onorwa. Alright, stand watch for wolves outside Falcon's Nest. Let's get our chocobo out. One of my kittens is home. Let's see. Let's go fly on over there. I'm sure we'll have a few to kill. That was quick. All right. It's a lot faster when you're level 93. Alright, back to Falcon's Nest. Report to Amanalane. See if Onorwa has even more comments. Terrible imposition though it was, I'm relieved that my lord did not think to tend to the wolves by himself. Manolian says, Gavtia, Wolvesbane. It pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds and that all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confess. Clever, that. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Search for Thancred. Well, okay. Hopeful heretic. Stay your weapons. Stay your weapons. We come in peace. Lady Iceheart told us the tales of Vidofnir. If she would trust in Sir Aymeric, then we too would hear what he has to say. But the wolves caught us unawares. Were it not for this man, which we would have surely died. Alright, Thancred. Fancy meeting you here, Gav. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon's Nest then and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. See what they all have to say again. I wonder why. How wonderful you found Master Thancred. As ever, I could not help but fear the worst. Thancred says, it's always the younger one. Every time, without fail. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is naught left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respite. Selfless sacrifice indeed. Onorwa says, I'm sorry, my lord, truly I am. Malane has something more for us. He seems rather pleased with himself. This is, Oh, and this should of course go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Our Twarell wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks have been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? Thancred says, for once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Gav. I will join you anon. The quest is for those we have lost.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks. Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here. To do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
Uh-oh.
You were right, my friend. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it. Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs. This was never your fight.
My son. They told me he walks in Alone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
She's not wrong. She's not wrong. I can't imagine losing a child. I've been blessed to never have experienced such a horrible thing. But, it's scary. It's scary.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them. They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Aymeric promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin. All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do, makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Aymeric and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen.
Oh?
They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping. Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
What have you done?
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
Oh, Manolane. Speak with Thancred. I dare say that could not have played out any worse, given that the First Commander and Lord Artoirel are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with a messenger who said that they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Manolane is retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. Alright. Highborn merchant. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The Chirurgeons tended to our bruises afterwards. Ugh, those mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? I don't know if there's somebody... yeah, I think he's up top. Spirited Stonecutter. I heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Aymeric take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken in by that rod again. Joselu? They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it? Or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I ever can. Ingrid says, well, what say you? So the violence is past, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unnamed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Kept forgetting to move this parameter bar because it shows up in my cutscenes. I can move it back when I need to. Alright. Ooh, augmented Hellfire Blade. See what that looks like. It's kind of cool looking. Hellfire Battle Axe. Hellfire Guillotine. And Hellfire Katana. Or where it glows. That's actually a pretty good looking katana. I think that's the one I'll take. Ingrid would like nothing more than to leave Falcon's Nest behind. Consequences is the name. Ingrid says, Lord Artoirel and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. Their first order of business will be to speak with Lord Manelaine, and I somehow doubt that he has moved in Ilm since last we saw him. Manelaine has nothing to say. Shocking. Artoirel says, Fury take me. What a disaster. Should never have left. Subini says, oh, you are speaking to me. Sorry. Spent so much time alone with these old papers. Really, I do wish the soldiers had done a better job of organizing their records before the calamity. Yes, because we planned that out in advance. Lucia. My apologies, Gav. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. Thancred says, there will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? Lucia says, according to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Manelaine ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still, more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Corrosions are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Artuarel says, given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Tancred says, well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protests, the people seem disillusioned. Lucia says, you spoke with them then? I see. Sir Aymeric placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Artuarel says, remember how far we have come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before and will do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. Lucia says, we must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference pending Sir Aymeric final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Gav, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Artuarel says, get up, Emmanuel. You're going with him. Emmanuel says, go on without me. Artuarel says, I was not asking. You will answer for your actions. In person. Is that clear? Manolin says, yes, my lord. Come, Onorwa. Tancred says, your manservant is not here. In fact, I've not seen him for some time. Onorwa? Onorwa, I could have sworn he was... Tancred's going, oh, don't know what's going on. Artuarel, I too had best remain here for a time. I should hope that the worst is past, but it is too early to say for certain. Lucia says, once I've determined that my presence is no longer required, I will return to the capital as well. Pray, give my regards to the Lord Commander. Alright, we have to search for Onorwa.
Onorwa! No! What have they done to you? Onorwa! Onorwa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onua?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Chirurgeon without delay.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
Yeah.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
I don't know if you've learned to live with it, Thancred. But damn, I wish my Warrior of Light had been able to do that instead. I will take him to the Chirurgeons. It is the least I can do. Well, get your ass up off the ground, Amanda Lane, and get it done. Alright. Thancred is, let's go talk to Thancred. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this. But he... Choices. Oh, let's see what these are. Oh, those are nice. Alright, I'm gonna get the Hellfire Claws, because those look cool. Thancred has lost all patience with Lord Amanda Lane, you think? I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. I hate it when I forget to unmute my mic. Alright. Thancred says, I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this, but I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Right. And the title of this quest is Choices. You are expected, sir. Pray proceed. Oh, what does Count Edmont say? We received troubling reports from Falcon's Nest. What befell you there? What a nice interior. Alright, let's get on talking to Aymeric. Aymeric says, word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Gav. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. Count Edmont says, 'Tis rumored that my youngest lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? Count Edmond de Fortin says, I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of those misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. Aymeric says, to dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? For what was the sacrifice? Have we naught to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmont, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excesses. Count Edmond says, a difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But, as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy and an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. Aymeric says, no truth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay those exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies. A unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Count Edmond says, such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true. But if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against the cream of 3 nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well. You may count on my support for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Amanelain take part in the grand melee. By his deeds has he brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. Aymeric says, as you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Gev, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Count Edmond says, should you chance to see my son, pray, inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. Okay. Speak with Thancred. So, that is their solution, a grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? So we can say, we've come this far, have we not? Say, I will stand for my friends and comrades, not a nation. And it is getting to be a bit much, isn't it? Gavtia is going to say, I will stand for my friends and comrades, not a nation. A poor choice of words. For friends, tried and true then, the living and the lost. So for this grand melee of his, Sir Aymeric wishes to field a force comprising both his Temple Knights and Hildibrand, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Alright, Lucia. Well met, Gav. Have you spoken with Sir Aymeric? Yeah, we have. I was aware of the Alliance's request, so Sir Aymeric would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficiency of such a plan. Let me try that again. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he was not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith, as for the watch. Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Underloo says, we must have the strength to stand unwavering in the face of the enemy. 'Tis the only way we will weather this storm and deliver our people into a new era. What else does Lucia have to say? Forgive me, but I have much to do. Send Hilda my regards. Alright, deliver the letter to Hilda. Hildibrand says, bloody fool doesn't realize he'll have to sit this one out. If all the watch ran off with Sir Aymeric to play soldier, who'd be left to keep an eye on things here? Sim says, huzzah! We've been spoiling for a fight. We won't let Sir Aymeric down, you'll see. Oh, that's who Hildibrand was talking about. Tancred says, I thought you had something to discuss with the first commander. Well, we did already. Tancred's been telling me all about Sir Aymeric's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing. Because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Letter to Hilda. Correspondence from Lucia, addressed to Hilda. Well, well, seems the first commander's gone and handpicked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? Ingrid says, I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not, on the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace. I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search foundation and you the pillars. Do not look at me like that. I will begin my search in due time. Hilda says, I still can't believe he actually hit that daft bastard. Gods, I wish I'd been there to see it. It was great, Hilda. It was great. He deserved every, fraction of an inch of Tancred's fist. Alright, search for Manolane in the pillars. Let me tell you all about it, Hilda, in every glorious detail. I'll even do it in slow motion. Manolane says, I carried Onorwa to the manor. Our best conversions are tending to him as we speak. He has yet to awake, but surely he will? So, Father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. It's like Gav's looking at him. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You are free to be the man you want to be, whereas I am a son of House Forton, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong? That was the way of it until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their cause, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I'd convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Onorwa, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame. But in the end, there was only me. Only me. So, you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. We'll go to Sir Aymeric, and I will make my own decision. Let's hope you make the right one. Back to Sir Aymeric. What does Tancred have for us? Found him, did you? Manolane says, no more excuses. This will be my choice, and mine alone. Okay. The Lord Commander is not to be disturbed. May I ask what matter demands his personal attention? I see. Very well, you may enter.
Lord Commander, if I may? I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
It's not an unreasonable question.
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
Sometimes you gotta take the bull by the horn and do it, right?
I want to believe. I do.
Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Little smile.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Aymeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
Yep.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Nice. Take a quick break. Let's hope this works. All right, I'll be right back. Lucia says, "We would not have come this far were it not for you, Gav. It has been an honor and a privilege." Ingrid. Gods, help me. I think it might be love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? It was a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause, but that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Mayhap I ought to fight for the other side. You know, even the odds. A spectacle for the ages. Ooh, let's see what these look like. A musketoon. That was not bad looking. Ooh, that looks good too. Hailstorm Grimoire. That one looks good as well. And why do I have to, like, be limited in these decisions, you know? I might take that one, because that one looks really cool. Alright. The Grand Melee is poised to begin and Lucia would not be late. Lucia says, Sir Aymeric informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to this proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment and in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made and Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Gav. We must not fail. Tancred says, a rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces. Outside of Cartano, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. I have a feeling Tancred's like making bets. I'm sure Tataru would be. Alright. Speak with the Manolane outside the Gates of Judgment. We're gonna do this one on Reaper, I think. Just better equipped. Although I think I want to do it in the, I want to do it in this other outfit. It's because it looks so freaking cool. Alright, we go to the Gates of Judgment here. Oh, let's see what they all have to say. I wonder if Marceline has anything to say. Greetings and welcome, my friend. I am pleased to hear that you've been granted entry to the Holy See. I know no adventure more worthy of the privilege. Now then, is there something you require? No. Flame Herald. Gav, you honor us with your presence. There's a scurrilous rumor going around that you'll be taking the field with the Ishgardians. It isn't true, is it? Hilda. It ain't often highborn dandies deign to fight alongside us hoi polloi. Like all our name days rolled into one, it is. Then again, it's our national pride that's at stake, national and personal. I ain't about to let a snotty-nosed lordling show me up. Lucia says, the second commander and Hilda's lieutenants shall see to the security of the city in my absence. The melee demands my undivided attention. Aymeric. It is a matter of pride for the Alliance as well. They will not scruple to send their best against us. Yet we must not be cowed. Too much rests on our success. Ingrid says, "It looks to be a veritable who's who of the Eorzean Alliance. The only question is, who came to watch and who came to fight? Nanimo. Definitely Nanimo." There he is. I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question nothing. Never mind. To think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's soldiery in battle. That I am mere... but what if... Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Onorwa when he awakes. Alright, I'm gonna make sure I got food. I'm actually gonna eat this higher level one. I'm ready, old boy, are you? Yes. Whether I want to be or not. By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. I know it's sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Forton into battle. Pray, do us this honor. During the Grand Melee, some of your gear will be glamored. Your attributes and abilities will be unaffected. Okay. We all nod.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which an allied company of Uldan, Gridanian, and Lominzan forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's Gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flags. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point, defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Marked combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
And we all nod. Yep.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the Grand Melee begin!
Let's do it. Forward, forward, Ishgard! Ishgard! Okay. I'm gonna develop check these. We want to protect our guy. I say, focus the veterans. Oh, we gotta go get this one. Oh no! I missed that one. Uh-oh. Oh. We got the tether. Cyclops! Cyclops! Everyone on your guard! All forces fall back! The Thinker just goes up to him. Just kind of saunters up. Continue the melee. I will deal with him. Daft sod. You heard the man. Back to it. All forces, form a line on Gav, now! Well met, I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all, says Aymeric. The Gamp's going, I got this. I got this, man. On your guard, Lord Mandalane, our fight is not yet done. Flames, take you! You hear me, old boy? Don't dare lose. Oh, we gotta kill these. Strength, Gav, strength. Now is your chance. Strike him down for the glory of Ishgard. We won that too fast. Wait, we won.
Did he win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard! Well fought, my friend. You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Thank the Fury you're on our side, man.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
Truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
Uh-oh.
Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on, one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
Alright, my apologies if I missed any chats. Let's see what Pippin has to say. As long as I live, I shall never forget that duel. It was inspiring and humbling in equal measure. I feel honor-bound to point out, however, that my father was fighting one-handed. Yeah, fair. Rauban says, balls, I had forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege. Not since the bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you have come and how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day. When time allows, I shall look forward to it. Now, go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin, her grace is expecting us. Lead on, father. Okay, where's Thancred? Oh, just inside the gate, okay. See if they have anything to say about this. Shonale, never did I doubt it. Nay, not for a moment. By the fury, I could fair burst with pride. Ishgard, Ishgard. Loanne, what a sight. Blades flashing, magics dazzling. I could scarce make out who had the advantage from one moment to the next. In that duel, by the fury, I was wringing my hands until the very end. I cannot wait to tell the others. I wonder if the sentry has anything. Conversation is an indulgence unbecoming the protectors of Ishgard. Never shall I drop my guard, for Travanians and unbelievers rest not in their connivance. Manolane. What are we waiting for? We must return to the capital at once and tell them all about our victory. Okay. Lucia. The messengers have already been dispatched. Let us pray that this victory has the desired effect. Hilda. That was just another battle for you, I bet, but for my lot? It weren't so much the fighting as the not tripping over each other's feet. His lordship might think about laying on some actual training for us next time. Aymeric says, I confess, it stung my pride to be brushed aside so easily. But when the flames subsided and I saw you standing there triumphant, there was only gladness in my heart. Ankrid said your goodbyes. Yep. In all the years I have known Raban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Gav, you made this happen. Alright. You have earned the emote victory. Let's see what it says. What is the name of that emote? Oh, victory pose. Okay. Nice. Ingrid says, I cannot help but wonder what would have happened had you lost. Fantastical, though such a state of affairs unquestionably is. I dare say the world would simply have ended. Do they have anything new? When you are ready to return, pray inform the Lord Commander. Hilda says, I never imagined our humble gathering of like-minded souls would grow into something proper, let alone a force fit to trade blows with the Alliance's finest. Can't say I didn't enjoy it, neither. Funny how things turn out, eh? Oh, let's see what these look like. Oop. Try on. Astrometer. It's kind of cool looking. Hailstorm Rapier. That's the one I'll probably take. Oh yeah. That one actually looks really cool. I will pick up Red Mage at some point. For those we can yet save, Sir Aymeric is beaming with pride. We have done it! Nay, you have done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us.
My lord!
Honorwa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
thank you for your concern, my lord, but I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Aymeric, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emmanuel, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Y'shtola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
Speak with Alfino. They say you dueled General Raban within a ring of flames. I did not think of the man so ostentatious. Okay, let's start that over. They say you dueled General Raban within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned there to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the others only that our search for Minfilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I am wont to rely on you overmuch when we are together and I need to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters have seemed to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. So, let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Artoirel has need of our assistance. Alright, back to Falcon's Nest. Proud patriot. Did you hear how Ishgard trounced the Alliance forces in the Grand Melee? I knew they would be no match for us. All credit to the Lord Commander, I say. I know some still had their doubts about his watch initiative, but who can argue with results like that? Tugunde. Fury take me so many guests with so many questions. You don't happen to have any questions, do you? No. Highborn Merchant, let's see if he has anything new. While I'm here, my family are at home celebrating the birth of our grandson. Though it pains me to be so far away, my wife insisted that one of us attend the ceremony to tell the boy of this day when he is old enough to understand. The world he will know as an adult shall be much changed if Sir Aymeric conference succeeds, and if each and every one of us lends him our support. Modest matron, I held on to the anger for so long. It was the only way I could cope with my husband's passing, but my daughter, stubborn as she is, insisted that we attend. I never thought this day would come, never wanted it, never needed it, but then I saw all these young ones. For their sake then, and perhaps for his memory too. Aw. Maricel says, all seems well for now. Nevertheless, we can ill afford to be caught off guard a second time. After that disaster with the protesters, it seems like the conference was doomed to failure. But now? Sometimes it feels like nothing ever happened. I'm glad and all, but it's a bit surprising, even strange. Redwald. Much has been said of your role in the Grand Melee. Needless to say, more than a few of my subordinates have implored me to invite you to a training session that they might benefit from your guidance. Though such conversations can wait. Elfino says, as Sir Aymeric hoped, Ishgard's success at the Grand Melee has done much to restore the people's faith in this endeavor. Look on their faces, Gav. Nervous, yet hopeful. Expectant, in a word. Lord Archwile, well met, Master Tia, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, and he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lord, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend, and so they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Elfino, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves. Is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Bet he will. Elfino says, well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? See to other matters first. By all means, then. I will remain here. I want to do another food buff. Alright, wait with Elfino for the ceremony to begin. Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epical events do not come around very often.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
I don't know.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
No.
How long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearn to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thornton? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
7 hells. Damn you, Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg!
Alfino says, "There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope that what you had seen in Azazla was an illusion, perhaps. But he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Aymeric. For a mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annex Shrine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her victory is swift. We can hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordan, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance, like Estinien. Alfino knows at last what he must do. I don't know, I'm gonna look at the Hellfire armor. See what Hellfire armor looks like. Apparently there are enough other games with Hellfire armor that you have to specify which game. Defending armor looks a lot like the Dragoon armor. Let's go back to our game. Atheno knows at last what he must do. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light, or even my fellow scion, but to you, Gav, my friend. But not here, no. Ah, but of course, the Intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Not sure why we have to go there, but... Alright. Aymeric says, I do wonder what became of the girl, though. Could have sworn I saw her shed a tear during Sir Aymeric's speech. She did. Ursine says, even now their voices echo in my ears. I do not think I shall ever forget it. I had hoped that I might soon put up my sword, but now... Redwald said, no wonder you did not interfere with our preparations. It was Nidhogg's plan from the beginning to use this occasion to deliver his proclamation, to deprive us of hope and leave us with naught but despair. But we will not be so easily cowed, and when the time comes, the golden bell will sound, and every man and woman of House Durandare will hearken to its call. Sugande. Everything looks to be in order, I think. Is Artemis? I wonder if Roth has anything else to say. And just like that, everything we've worked so hard to build is in danger of being torn down. But that's the way of the world, isn't it? If they succeed, then we'll just have to build it up. We'll just have to build it back up again, harder and stronger. Alright, let's go to Camp Dragonhead. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Yes, please. Destination, another cutscene.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss.
You came here to get me coffee?
It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I. In our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight, and why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinien at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinien, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Aymeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Aymeric is willing to forsake Estinien, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
Aymeric did what he felt he had to do. I don't think he ever wanted to. Gav's going, decisions. We could say we will find a way to save him, or to aid those in need, or nothing. I'm gonna go with this one. The middle one, to aid those in need.
Lord Orchefon would be proud. I knew you would understand. Together, we will surely find a way.
Thank you, Gav. It is unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner, time after time. But I'm glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow scions will support our stance on Estinien, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right. That is quite enough solemn introspection for one night. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Forton Manor. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. Return to Foundation. I wonder if the knight has anything. Good evening to you, Master Tia, and welcome home. As Lord Edmont embraces you as family, so too do we. Welcome, Master Tia. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yeah, let's see if there's anything going on in there. Wonder if the steward has anything new to say. When the heralds announced the results of the grand melee, Onorwa rushed outside, eager to greet his master at the city gates. So eager, in fact, that he narrowly did so barefoot. For all his experience, he is yet a boy. A loyal one, though, with the potential to rise high in this household. If he can learn to refrain from the occasional observation. Small talk. Master Tia, you should know that Lord Edmond is most grateful for all you have done for Lord Amanelaine. He believes you to have been a most sobering influence on the young lord. Though whether or not it will last remains to be seen. I believe he is already out and about with Onorwa. Nice. Tataru says, well, Alfino certainly seems to be in better spirits. Do we have you to thank for this? I don't know, Alfino seems to have worked things out. Yet again, we walk an all too familiar path. I am reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear, says Tataru. Let no one say that the scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Ida and Papalimo, or if we gave up hope of bringing Minfilia back? Alfino says, though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of the star, of the rift between Zodiark and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascians' aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. Yeah, probably, yeah. In any event, I think it's time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph. But we will find a way. We will. We will. I'm not sure if he's trying to convince others or himself. Let's do the scouting coffer. You have learned the emote battle stance.
of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinien. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortin, Heavensward, the Gears of Change. Capellimo says, "Caution, Ida, that is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more." First gear. The House Fortin Knight has a message for you. Ah, Master Tia, it is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alphino wishes a word with you. Alright, let's go on in. Scions will find a way. I just know we will. Yep. Ah, Gav, there you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of Estinien. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation at Azys La, I feared him lost forever. But the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Kryl for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad am I that I did, for it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. Tataru said, "The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go?" Elfino says, "Excellent. Let us not keep our honored colleagues waiting." See if the knight has anything else to say. Good morning to you, Master Tia, and welcome home. As Lord Edmont embraces you as family, so too do we. Okay, nothing new there. I wonder if they have anything to say. Nope. Mender would be a good thing to do. Let's repair our gear. Really, fishing for 3 fish did that much damage to my armor? Y'shtola says, "The name does this establishment a disservice. Remarkably few of its patrons seemed inclined to drink their way to oblivion. I do begin to see why Tataru chose to work here."
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
I wanted more time to drink, damn it.
Gilgamesh got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humors.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Good job, Crow.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinien's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when you took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion, that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinien's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last! A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Aymeric would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Anawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Aymeric awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
We always do.
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
Good question.
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Yeah, not bad. See what the die preview looks like. Ooh. They couldn't pearl white. That's one of those situations where the white is, like, hands down the best. Alright, go talk to Elfino. Has he found out if there's anything else? We must have the strength to stand unwavering in the face of the enemy. 'Tis the only way we will weather the storm and deliver our people from new peril. Elfino says, "What news has Sir Aymeric to share with us, I wonder?" I'm going to take the casting one. Elfino is eager to hear what tidings Sir Aymeric has to share. Might Sir Aymeric perchance have received word of a Dravanian advance? Or mayhap they have found his that is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelga?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal, I do not deny. Nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinien's report was most particular about Hraesvelga's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord, though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then. We will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
Alfino says, I somehow doubt that Hraesvelgr will be pleased to see us, but for Estinien's sake, and that of countless others, I suppose we must risk his displeasure. Aymeric says, it grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. Alfino says, it is no imposition, Sir Aymeric. To Gav and I, Ishgard is as a second home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught that we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. Yeah, what he said. Aymeric says, you are true friends. Shall we be about our task, then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Aymeric says, indeed. With that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to Samal. I confess, I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are as yet unknown to me. Alfino says, we will summon Hraesvelgr at Zenith in the Churning Mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best that we pay a visit to Antics Shrine. Aymeric says, you seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? Alfino says, I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part out of concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it would have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Aymeric says, well reasoned. To the Dravanian Forelands, then. All right, folks, we've been going for a while, and I want to thank you for joining us as we are coming quickly to the final quests in these post-Heavensward patch quests. So, getting to the exciting point. Not that the rest of it's not exciting. It's been a lot of fun so far, but we've got a big battle coming up ahead of us. I'm sure. There's no question we're going to fight Nidhogg. That's no spoiler. Anyway, we're going to leave it here for today. Let me find my cat joke. All right. What do you call a pile of kittens? A meowton. Meowton. Oh, wait, let's give you another one, just for fun. Why did the cat cross the road? To get to the other scratching post. Yeah, that one's bad. That one's terrible. All right, folks. I hope you have a great rest of the day or evening, morning, wherever you're at. And we will see you soon in Heavensward to get through our next series of quests. All right. You have a great one, cats and kittens. Mama Cat Gamer is signing out.